Matthew, chapter 1, verse 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 2. Abraham was the father of Isaac, and Isaac was the father of Jacob, and Jacob was the father of Judas and his brothers. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 3. And Judas was the father of Phares and Zara of Thamar. And Phares was the father of Esrom, and Esrom was the father of Aram. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 4. And Aram was the father of Amminadab, and Amminadab was the father of Naasson, and Naasson was the father of Salmon. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 5. And Salmon was the father of Booz of Rachab, and Booz was the father of Obed of Ruth, and Obed was the father of Jesse. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 6. And Jesse was the father of David the king, and David the king was the father of Solomon of her that had been the wife of Urias. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 7. And Solomon was the father of Rehoboam, and Rehoboam was the father of Abiah, and Abiah was the father of Asa. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 8. And Asa was the father of Josaphat, and Josaphat was the father of Joram, and Joram was the father of Ozias. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 9. And Ozias was the father of Jotham, and Jotham was the father of Achaz, and Achaz was the father of Ezekias. Matthew chapter 1, verse 10. And Ezekias was the father of Manasses, and Manasses was the father of Ammon, and Ammon was the father of Josias. Matthew chapter 1, verse 11. And Josias was the father of Jeconias and his brothers, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 12. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconias was the father of Salathiel, and Salathiel was the father of Zerubbabel. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 13. And Zerubbabel was the father of Abiud, and Abiud was the father of Eliakim, and Eliakim was the father of Azar. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 14. And Azor was the father of Sadoc, and Sadoc was the father of Achim, and Achim was the father of Eliud. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 15. And Eliud was the father of Eleazar, and Eleazar was the father of Mathan, and Mathan was the father of Jacob. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 16. And Jacob was the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 17. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon to Christ are 14 generations. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 18. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 19. Then Joseph her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, you son of David, fear not to take to you Mary your wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Matthew, chapter 1, verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and you shall call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Matthew chapter 1 verse 22. Now all this was done, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying. Matthew chapter 1 verse 23. Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which being interpreted is, God with us. Matthew chapter 1 verse 24. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took to him his wife. Matthew chapter 1 verse 25. And knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus. Matthew chapter 2 verse 1. Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem. Matthew chapter 2 verse 2. Saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him. Matthew chapter 2 verse 3. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. Matthew chapter 2 verse 4. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. Matthew chapter 2 verse 5. And they said to him, In Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet. Matthew chapter 2 verse 6. And you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of you shall come a governor, that shall rule my people Israel. Matthew chapter 2 verse 7. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. Matthew chapter 2 verse 8. And he sent them to Bethlehem, and said, Go and search diligently for the young child. And when you have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him also. Matthew chapter 2 verse 9. When they had heard the king, they departed, and see the star, which they saw in the east, went before them, till it came and stood over where the young child was. Matthew chapter 2 verse 10. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. Matthew chapter 2 verse 11. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented to him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh. Matthew chapter 2 verse 12. And being warned of God in a dream, that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. Matthew chapter 2 verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appears to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be you there until I bring you word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. Matthew chapter 2 verse 14. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt. Matthew chapter 2 verse 15. And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. Matthew chapter 2 verse 16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth, and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coasts thereof from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Matthew chapter 2, verse 17. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying. Matthew chapter 2, verse 18. In Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they are not. Matthew chapter 2, verse 19. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appears in a dream to Joseph in Egypt. Matthew chapter 2, verse 20. Saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. Matthew chapter 2, verse 21. And he arose, and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. Matthew chapter 2, verse 22. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea, in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee. Matthew chapter 2, verse 23. And he came and dwelled in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene. Matthew chapter 3, verse 1. In those days came John the Baptist, preaching in the wilderness of Judea. Matthew chapter 3, verse 2. And saying, Repent you, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew chapter 3, verse 3. For this is he that was spoken of by the prophet Isaiah, saying, The voice of one crying in the wilderness, Prepare you the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. Matthew chapter 3, verse 4. And the same John had his raiment of camel's hair, and a leather girdle about his loins, and his meat was locusts and wild honey. Matthew chapter 3, verse 5. Then went out to him Jerusalem, and all Judea, and all the region round about Jordan. Matthew chapter 3, verse 6. And were baptized of him in Jordan, confessing their sins. Matthew chapter 3, verse 7. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said to them, O generation of vipers, who has warned you to flee from the wrath to come? Matthew chapter 3, verse 8. Bring forth, therefore, fruits meet for repentance. Matthew chapter 3, verse 9. And think not to say within yourselves, We have Abraham to our father. For I say to you, that God is able of these stones to raise up children to Abraham. Matthew chapter 3, verse 10. And now also the axe is laid to the root of the trees. Therefore every tree which brings not forth good fruit is hewn down, and cast into the fire. Matthew chapter 3, verse 11. I indeed baptize you with water to repentance, but he that comes after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. Matthew chapter 3, verse 12. Whose fan is in his hand, and he will thoroughly purge his floor and gather his wheat into the garner, but he will burn up the chaff with unquenchable fire. Matthew chapter 3, verse 13. Then comes Jesus from Galilee to Jordan to John, to be baptized of him. Matthew chapter 3, verse 14. But John forbade him, saying, I have need to be baptized of you, and come you to me? Matthew chapter 3, verse 15. And Jesus answering said to him, Suffer it to be so now, for thus it becomes us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him. Matthew chapter 3, verse 16. And Jesus, when he was baptized, went up straightway out of the water. And see, the heavens were opened to him, and he saw the Spirit of God descending like a dove, and lighting on him. Matthew chapter 3, verse 17. And see a voice from heaven saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Matthew chapter 4, verse 1. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. Matthew chapter 4, verse 2. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterward and hungered. Matthew chapter 4, verse 3. And when the tempter came to him, he said, If you be the Son of God, command that these stones be made bread. Matthew chapter 4, verse 4. But he answered and said, It is written, Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Matthew chapter 4, verse 5. Then the devil takes him up into the holy city, and sets him on a pinnacle of the temple. Matthew chapter 4, verse 6. And says to him, If you be the Son of God, cast yourself down. For it is written, He shall give his angels charge concerning you. And in their hands they shall bear you up, lest at any time you dash your foot against a stone. Matthew chapter 4, verse 7. Jesus said to him, It is written again, You shall not tempt the Lord your God. Matthew chapter 4, verse 8. Again, the devil takes him up into an exceeding high mountain, and shows him all the kingdoms of the world, and the glory of them. Matthew chapter 4, verse 9. And says to him, All these things will I give you, if you will fall down and worship me. Matthew chapter 4, verse 10. Then says Jesus to him, Get you hence, Satan, for it is written, You shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall you serve. Matthew chapter 4, verse 11. Then the devil leaves him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. Matthew chapter 4, verse 12. Now when Jesus had heard that John was cast into prison, he departed into Galilee. Matthew chapter 4, verse 13. And leaving Nazareth he came and dwelled in Capernaum, which is on the sea coast, in the borders of Zabulon and Nephthalim. Matthew chapter 4, verse 14. That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying. Matthew chapter 4, verse 15. The land of Zabulon and the land of Nephthalim, by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. Matthew chapter 4, verse 16. The people which sat in darkness saw a great light, and to them which sat in the region and shadow of death light is sprung up. Matthew chapter 4, verse 17. From that time Jesus began to preach, and to say, Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew chapter 4, verse 18. And Jesus, walking by the Sea of Galilee, saw two brothers, Simon called Peter, and Andrew his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishers. Matthew chapter 4, verse 19. And he says to them, Follow me, and I will make you fishers of men. Matthew chapter 4, verse 20. And they straightway left their nets and followed him. Matthew chapter 4 verse 21. And going on from there, he saw other two brothers, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, in a ship with Zebedee their father, mending their nets, and he called them. Matthew chapter 4 verse 22. And they immediately left the ship and their father, and followed him. Matthew chapter 4 verse 23. And Jesus went about all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing all manner of sickness and all manner of disease among the people. Matthew chapter 4 verse 24. And his fame went throughout all Syria, and they brought to him all sick people that were taken with divers diseases and torments, and those which were possessed with devils, and those which were lunatic, and those that had the palsy, and he healed them. Matthew chapter 4 verse 25. And there followed him great multitudes of people from Galilee, and from Decapolis, and from Jerusalem, and from Judea, and from beyond Jordan. Matthew chapter 5 verse 1. And seeing the multitudes, he went up into a mountain, and when he was set, his disciples came to him. Matthew chapter 5 verse 2. And he opened his mouth, and taught them, saying. Matthew chapter 5 verse 3. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 5 verse 4. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Matthew chapter 5 verse 5. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Matthew chapter 5 verse 6. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Matthew chapter 5 verse 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Matthew chapter 5 verse 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Matthew chapter 5 verse 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Matthew chapter 5 verse 10. Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 5 verse 11. Blessed are you when men shall revile you, and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely, for my sake. Matthew chapter 5 verse 12. Rejoice, and be exceeding glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Matthew chapter 5 verse 13. You are the salt of the earth. But if the salt have lost his flavor, with which shall it be salted? It is thereafter good for nothing, but to be cast out, and to be trodden under foot of men. Matthew chapter 5 verse 14. You are the light of the world. A city that is set on an hill cannot be hid. Matthew chapter 5 verse 15. Neither do men light a candle, and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it gives light to all that are in the house. Matthew chapter 5 verse 16. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew chapter 5 verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law, or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. Matthew chapter 5 verse 18. For truly I say to you, till heaven and earth pass, One stroke or one pronunciation mark shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Matthew chapter 5, verse 19. Whoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 5, verse 20. For I say to you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 5, verse 21. You have heard that it was said by them of old time, you shall not kill, and whoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. Matthew chapter 5, verse 22. But I say to you, that whoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And whoever shall say to his brother, Raca, shall be in danger of the council. But whoever shall say, You fool, shall be in danger of hell fire. Matthew chapter 5, verse 23. Therefore, if you bring your gift to the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you. Matthew chapter 5, verse 24. Leave there your gift before the altar, and go your way. First be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. Matthew chapter 5, verse 25. Agree with your adversary quickly, whiles you are in the way with him, lest at any time the adversary deliver you to the judge, and the judge deliver you to the officer, and you be cast into prison. Matthew chapter 5, verse 26. Truly I say to you, you shall by no means come out there, till you have paid the uttermost farthing. Matthew chapter 5, verse 27. You have heard that it was said by them of old time, You shall not commit adultery. Matthew chapter 5, verse 28. But I say to you, that whoever looks on a woman to lust after her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. Matthew chapter 5, verse 29. And if your right eye offend you, pluck it out, and cast it from you. For it is profitable for you that one of your members should perish, and not that your whole body should be cast into hell. Matthew chapter 5, verse 30. And if your right hand offend you, cut it off, and cast it from you. For it is profitable for you that one of your members should perish, and not that your whole body should be cast into hell. Matthew chapter 5, verse 31. It has been said, Whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorce. Matthew chapter 5, verse 32. But I say to you that whoever shall put away his wife, saving for the cause of fornication, causes her to commit adultery. And whoever shall marry her, that is divorced, commits adultery. Matthew chapter 5, verse 33. Again, you have heard that it has been said by them of old time, You shall not forswear yourself, but shall perform to the Lord your oaths. Matthew chapter 5, verse 34. But I say to you, swear not at all, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne. Matthew chapter 5, verse 35. Nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great King. Matthew chapter 5, verse 36. Neither shall you swear by your head, because you cannot make one hair white or black. Matthew chapter 5, verse 37. But your communication be, yes, yes, no, no. For whatever is more than these comes of evil. Matthew chapter 5, verse 38. You have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Matthew chapter 5, verse 39. But I say to you, that you resist not evil, but whoever shall smite you on your right cheek, turn to him the other also. Matthew chapter 5, verse 40. And if any man will sue you at the law, and take away your coat, let him have your cloak also. Matthew chapter 5, verse 41. And whoever shall compel you to go a mile, go with him 2. Matthew chapter 5, verse 42. Give to him that asks you, and from him that would borrow of you, turn not you away. Matthew chapter 5, verse 43. You have heard that it has been said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. Matthew chapter 5, verse 44. But I say to you, love your enemies. Bless them that curse you. Do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which spitefully use you and persecute you. Matthew chapter 5, verse 45. That you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he makes his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sends rain on the just and on the unjust. Matthew chapter 5, verse 46. For if you love them which love you, what reward have you? Do not even the publicans the same? Matthew chapter 5, verse 47. And if you salute your brothers only, what do you more than others? Do not even the publicans so? Matthew chapter 5, verse 48. Be you therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Matthew chapter 6, verse 1. Take heed that you do not your alms before men, to be seen of them. Otherwise you have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. Matthew chapter 6, verse 2. Therefore, when you do your alms, do not sound a trumpet before you, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory of men. Truly I say to you, they have their reward. Matthew chapter 6, verse 3. But when you do alms, let not your left hand know what your right hand does. Matthew chapter 6, verse 4. That your alms may be in secret, and your Father which sees in secret himself shall reward you openly. Matthew chapter 6, verse 5. And when you pray, you shall not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Truly I say to you, they have their reward. Matthew chapter 6, verse 6. But you, when you pray, enter into your closet, and when you have shut your door, pray to your Father which is in secret. And your Father which sees in secret shall reward you openly. Matthew chapter 6, verse 7. But when you pray, use not vain repetitions as the heathen do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Matthew chapter 6, verse 8. Be not you therefore like to them, for your Father knows what things you have need of, before you ask him. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner therefore pray you, Our Father which are in heaven, hallowed be your name. Matthew chapter 6, verse 10. Your kingdom come, your will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Matthew chapter 6, verse 11. Give us this day our daily bread. Matthew chapter 6, verse 12. And forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 13. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 14. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 15. But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 16. Moreover, when you fast, be not, as the hypocrites, of a sad countenance, for they disfigure their faces, that they may appear to men to fast. Truly I say to you, they have their reward. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 17. But you, when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 18. That you appear not to men to fast, but to your Father which is in secret. And your Father, which sees in secret, shall reward you openly. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 19. Lay not up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust does corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 20. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust does corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 21. Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 22. The light of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye be single, your whole body shall be full of light. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 23. But if your eye be evil, your whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in you be darkness, how great is that darkness? Matthew, chapter 6, verse 24. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 25. Therefore I say to you, take no thought for your life, what you shall eat, or what you shall drink, nor yet for your body, what you shall put on. Is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Matthew, chapter 6, verse 26. Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not much better than they? Matthew chapter 6, verse 27. Which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit to his stature? Matthew chapter 6, verse 28. And why take you thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. Matthew chapter 6, verse 29. And yet I say to you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Matthew chapter 6, verse 30. Why, if God so clothed the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? Matthew chapter 6, verse 31. Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or, what shall we drink? Or, wherewithal shall we be clothed? Matthew chapter 6, verse 32. For after all these things do the Gentiles seek, for your heavenly Father knows that you have need of all these things. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 33. But seek you first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 34. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient to the day is the evil thereof. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 1. Judge not, that you be not judged. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 2. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged, and with what measure you mete, it shall be measured to you again. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 3. And why behold you the mote that is in your brother's eye, but consider not the beam that is in your own eye? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 4. Or how will you say to your brother, let me pull out the mote out of your eye, and, behold, a beam is in your own eye? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 5. You hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of your own eye, and then shall you see clearly to cast out the mote out of your brother's eye. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 6. Give not that which is holy to the dogs, neither cast you your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet, and turn again and rend you. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 7. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 8. For everyone that asks receives, and he that seeks finds, and to him that knocks it shall be opened. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 9. Or what man is there of you, whom if his son ask bread, will he give him a stone? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 10. Or if he ask a fish, will he give him a serpent? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 11. If you then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more shall your Father which is in heaven give good things to them that ask him? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 12. Therefore all things whatever you would that men should do to you, do you even so to them. For this is the law and the prophets. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 13. Enter you in at the strait gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 14. Because strait is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leads to life, and few there be that find it. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 15. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 16. You shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns, or figs of thistles? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 17. Even so every good tree brings forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree brings forth evil fruit. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 18. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 19. Every tree that brings not forth good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 20. Why, by their fruits you shall know them. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 21. Not every one that says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that does the will of my Father which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 22. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Have we not prophesied in your name? And in your name have cast out devils? And in your name done many wonderful works? Matthew, chapter 7, verse 23. And then will I profess to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you that work iniquity. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 24. Therefore whoever hears these sayings of mine, and does them, I will liken him to a wise man, which built his house on a rock. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 25. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat on that house, and it fell not, for it was founded on a rock. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 26. And every one that hears these sayings of mine, and does them not, shall be likened to a foolish man, which built his house on the sand. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 27. And the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat on that house, and it fell, and great was the fall of it. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 28. And it came to pass, when Jesus had ended these sayings, the people were astonished at his doctrine. Matthew, chapter 7, verse 29. For he taught them as one having authority, and not as the scribes. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 1. When he was come down from the mountain, great multitudes followed him. Matthew chapter 8, verse 2. And behold, there came a leper and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if you will, you can make me clean. Matthew chapter 8, verse 3. And Jesus put forth his hand and touched him, saying, I will. Be you clean? And immediately his leprosy was cleansed. Matthew chapter 8, verse 40. And Jesus says to him, See you tell no man, but go your way, show yourself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded, for a testimony to them. Matthew chapter 8, verse 5. And when Jesus was entered into Capernaum, there came to him a centurion, beseeching him. Matthew chapter 8, verse 6. And saying, Lord, my servant lies at home, sick of the palsy, grievously tormented. Matthew chapter 8, verse 7. And Jesus says to him, I will come and heal him. Matthew chapter 8, verse 18. The centurion answered and said, Lord, I am not worthy that you should come under my roof, but speak the word only, and my servant shall be healed. Matthew chapter 8, verse 9. For I am a man under authority, having soldiers under me. And I say to this man, Go, and he goes, and to another, Come, and he comes, and to my servant, Do this, and he does it. Matthew chapter 8, verse 10. When Jesus heard it, he marveled, and said to them that followed, Truly I say to you, I have not found so great faith, no, not in Israel. Matthew chapter 8, verse 11. And I say to you, that many shall come from the east and west, and shall sit down with Abraham, and Isaac, and Jacob, in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 8, verse 12. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast out into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew chapter 8, verse 13. And Jesus said to the centurion, Go your way, and as you have believed, so be it done to you. And his servant was healed in the selfsame hour. Matthew chapter 8, verse 14. And when Jesus was come into Peter's house, he saw his wife's mother laid, and sick of a fever. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 15. And he touched her hand, and the fever left her, and she arose, and ministered to them. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 16. When the even was come, they brought to him many that were possessed with devils. And he cast out the spirits with his word, and healed all that were sick. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 17. That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, Himself took our infirmities, and bore our sicknesses. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 18. Now when Jesus saw great multitudes about him, he gave commandment to depart to the other side. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 19. And a certain scribe came and said to him, Master, I will follow you wherever you go. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 20. And Jesus says to him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has not where to lay his head. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 21. And another of his disciples said to him, Lord, suffer me first to go and bury my father. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 22. But Jesus said to him, Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 23. And when he was entered into a ship, his disciples followed him. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 24. And behold, there arose a great tempest in the sea, so that the ship was covered with the waves, but he was asleep. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 25. And his disciples came to him, and awoke him, saying, Lord, save us, we perish. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 26. And he says to them, Why are you fearful, O you of little faith? Then he arose, and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 27. But the men marveled, saying, What manner of man is this, that even the winds and the sea obey him? Matthew, chapter 8, verse 28. And when he was come to the other side into the country of the Gergesens, there met him two possessed with devils, coming out of the tombs, exceeding fierce, so that no man might pass by that way. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 29. And behold, they cried out, saying, What have we to do with you, Jesus, you Son of God? Are you come here to torment us before the time? Matthew, chapter 8, verse 30. And there was a good way off from them, and herd of many swine feeding. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 31. So the devil sought him, saying, If you cast us out, suffer us to go away into the herd of swine. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 32. And he said to them, Go. And when they were come out, they went into the herd of swine. And behold, a whole herd of swine ran violently down a steep place into the sea, and perished in the waters. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 33. And they that kept them fled, and went their ways into the city, and told everything, and what was befallen to the possessed of the devils. Matthew, chapter 8, verse 34. And behold, the whole city came out to meet Jesus. And when they saw him, they sought him that he would depart out of their coasts. Matthew, chapter 9, verse 1. And he entered into a ship, and passed over, and came into his own city. Matthew, chapter 9, verse 2. And behold, They brought to him a man sick of the palsy, lying on a bed. And Jesus, seeing their faith, said to the sick of the palsy, "Son, be of good cheer. Your sins be forgiven you." Matthew chapter 9, verse 3. And behold, certain of the scribes said within themselves, "This man blasphemes." Matthew chapter 9, verse 4. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, "Why think you evil in your hearts?" Matthew chapter 9, verse 5. For whether is easier to say, "Your sins be forgiven you," or to say, "Arise and walk"? Matthew chapter 9, verse 6. But that you may know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins. Then says he to the sick of the palsy, "Arise, take up your bed, and go to your house." Matthew chapter 9, verse 7. And he arose and departed to his house. Matthew chapter 9, verse 8. But when the multitude saw it, they marveled and glorified God, which had given such power to men. Matthew chapter 9, verse 9. And as Jesus passed forth from there, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the receipt of custom. And he says to him, "Follow me." And he arose and followed him. Matthew chapter 9, verse 10. And it came to pass, as Jesus sat at meat in the house, behold, many publicans and sinners came and sat down with him and his disciples. Matthew chapter 9, verse 11. And when the Pharisees saw it, they said to his disciples, "Why eats your master with publicans and sinners?" Matthew chapter 9, verse 12. But when Jesus heard that, he said to them, "They that be whole need not a physician, but they that are sick." Matthew chapter 9, verse 13. But go you and learn what that means. I will have mercy, and not sacrifice. For I am not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Matthew chapter 9, verse 14. Then came to him the disciples of John, saying, "Why do we and the Pharisees fast oft, but your disciples fast not?" Matthew chapter 9, verse 15. And Jesus said to them, "Can the children of the bridal chamber mourn, as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come, when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast." Matthew chapter 9, verse 16. No man puts a piece of new cloth to an old garment, for that which is put in to fill it up takes from the garment, and the rent is made worse. Matthew chapter 9, verse 17. Neither do men put new wine into old bottles, else the bottles break, and the wine runs out, and the bottles perish. But they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. Matthew chapter 9, verse 18. While he spoke these things to them, behold, there came a certain ruler and worshipped him, saying, "My daughter is even now dead. But come and lay your hand on her, and she shall live." Matthew chapter 9, verse 19. And Jesus arose and followed him, and so did his disciples. Matthew chapter 9, verse 20. And, behold, a woman, which was diseased with an issue of blood 12 years, came behind him, and touched the hem of his garment. Matthew chapter 9, verse 21. For she said within herself, "If I may but touch his garment, I shall be whole." Matthew chapter 9, verse 22. But Jesus turned him about, and when he saw her, he said, Daughter, be of good comfort. Your faith has made you whole. And the woman was made whole from that hour. Matthew chapter 9, verse 23. And when Jesus came into the ruler's house, and saw the minstrels and the people making a noise. Matthew chapter 9, verse 24. He said to them, Give place, for the maid is not dead, but sleeps. And they laughed him to scorn. Matthew chapter 9, verse 25. But when the people were put forth, he went in, and took her by the hand, and the maid arose. Matthew chapter 9, verse 26. And the fame hereof went abroad into all that land. Matthew chapter 9, verse 27. And when Jesus departed there, 2 blind men followed him, crying, and saying, You son of David, have mercy on us. Matthew chapter 9, verse 28. And when he was come into the house, the blind men came to him. And Jesus says to them, Believe you that I am able to do this? They said to him, Yes, Lord. Matthew chapter 9, verse 29. Then touched he their eyes, saying, According to your faith be it to you. Matthew chapter 9, verse 30. And their eyes were opened, and Jesus straitly charged them, saying, See that no man know it. Matthew chapter 9, verse 31. But they, when they were departed, spread abroad his fame in all that country. Matthew chapter 9, verse 32. As they went out, behold, they brought to him a dumb man possessed with a devil. Matthew chapter 9, verse 33. And when the devil was cast out, the dumb spoke, and the multitudes marveled, saying, It was never so seen in Israel. Matthew chapter 9, verse 34. But the Pharisees said, He cast out devils through the prince of the devils. Matthew chapter 9, verse 35. And Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every sickness and every disease among the people. Matthew chapter 9, verse 36. But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion on them, because they fainted, and were scattered abroad, as sheep having no shepherd. Matthew chapter 9, verse 37. Then says he to his disciples, The harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Matthew chapter 9, verse 38. Pray you therefore the Lord of the harvest, that he will send forth laborers into his harvest. Matthew chapter 10, verse 1. And when he had called to him his 12 disciples, he gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them out, and to heal all manner of sickness and all manner of disease. Matthew chapter 10, verse 2. Now the names of the 12 apostles are these: the first, Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew his brother, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother. Matthew chapter 10, verse 3. Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew the publican, James the son of Alphaeus and Lebbaeus, whose surname was Thaddeus. Matthew chapter 10, verse 4. Simon the Canaanite, and Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. Matthew chapter 10, verse 5. These 12 Jesus sent forth, and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter you not. Matthew chapter 10, verse 6. But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew chapter 10, verse 7. And as you go, preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 8. Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out devils. Freely you have received, freely give. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 9. Provide neither gold, nor silver, nor brass in your purses. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 10. Nor money for your journey, neither 2 coats, neither shoes, nor yet staves, for the workman is worthy of his meat. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 11. And into whatever city or town you shall enter, inquire who in it is worthy, and there abide till you go there. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 12. And when you come into an house, salute it. Matthew chapter 10, verse 13. And if the house be worthy, let your peace come on it. But if it be not worthy, let your peace return to you. Matthew chapter 10, verse 14. And whoever shall not receive you, nor hear your words, when you depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust of your feet. Matthew chapter 10, verse 15. Truly I say to you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Matthew chapter 10, verse 16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the middle of wolves. Be you therefore wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. Matthew chapter 10, verse 17. But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to the councils, and they will whip you in their synagogues. Matthew chapter 10, verse 18. And you shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. Matthew chapter 10, verse 19. But when they deliver you up, take no thought how or what you shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what you shall speak. Matthew chapter 10, verse 20. For it is not you that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaks in you. Matthew chapter 10, verse 21. And the brother shall deliver up the brother to death, and the father the child. And the children shall rise up against their parents, and cause them to be put to death. Matthew chapter 10, verse 22. And you shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endures to the end shall be saved. Matthew chapter 10, verse 23. But when they persecute you in this city, flee you into another. For truly I say to you, you shall not have gone over the cities of Israel, till the Son of Man be come. Matthew chapter 10, verse 24. The disciple is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. Matthew chapter 10, verse 25. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? Matthew chapter 10, verse 26. Fear them not therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. Matthew chapter 10, verse 27. What I tell you in darkness, that speak you in light, and what you hear in the ear, that preach you on the housetops. Matthew chapter 10, verse 28. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Matthew chapter 10, verse 29. Are not 2 sparrows sold for a farthing? And one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 30. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 31. Fear you not, therefore, you are of more value than many sparrows. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 32. Whoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 33. But whoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 34. Think not that I am come to send peace on earth. I came not to send peace but a sword. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 35. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Matthew, chapter 10, verse 36. And a man's foes shall be they of his own household. Matthew chapter 10, verse 37. He that loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loves son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 38. And he that takes not his cross and follows after me is not worthy of me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 39. He that finds his life shall lose it, and he that loses his life for my sake shall find it. Matthew chapter 10, verse 40. He that receives you receives me, and he that receives me receives him that sent me. Matthew chapter 10, verse 41. He that receives a prophet in the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward, and he that receives a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward. Matthew chapter 10, verse 42. And whoever shall give to drink to one of these little ones a cup of cold water, only in the name of a disciple, truly I say to you, he shall in no wise lose his reward. Matthew chapter 11, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Jesus had made an end of commanding his 12 disciples, he departed there to teach and to preach in their cities. Matthew chapter 11, verse 2. Now when John had heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. Matthew chapter 11, verse 3. And said to him, Are you he that should come, or do we look for another? Matthew chapter 11, verse 40. Jesus answered and said to them, Go and show John again those things which you do hear and see. Matthew chapter 11, verse 5. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. Matthew chapter 11, verse 6. And blessed is he, whoever shall not be offended in me. Matthew chapter 11, verse 7. And as they departed, Jesus began to say to the multitudes concerning John, What went you out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken with the wind? Matthew chapter 11, verse 8-2. But what went you out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they that have soft clothing are in kings' houses. Matthew chapter 11, verse 9. But what went you out for to see? A prophet? Yes, I say to you, and more than a prophet. Matthew chapter 11, verse 10. For this is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before your face, which shall prepare your way before you. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 11. Truly I say to you, among them that are born of women there is not risen a greater than John the Baptist. Notwithstanding, he that is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 12. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 13. For all of the prophets and the law prophesied until John. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 14. And if you will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 15. He that has ears to hear, let him hear. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 16. But to what shall I liken this generation? It is like to children sitting in the markets, and calling to their fellows. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 17. And saying, We have piped to you, and you have not danced. We have mourned to you, and you have not lamented. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 18. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He has a devil. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 19. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold a man gluttonous, and a drunkard, a friend of publicans and sinners, but wisdom is justified of her children. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 20. Then began he to upbraid the cities wherein most of his mighty works were done, because they repented not. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 21. Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you had been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 22. But I say to you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon at the day of judgment than for you. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 23. And you, Capernaum, which are exalted to heaven, shall be brought down to hell. For if the mighty works which have been done in you had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. Matthew, chapter 11, verse 24. But I say to you, that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for you. Matthew chapter 11, verse 25. At that time Jesus answered and said, I thank you, O Father, Lord of heaven and earth, because you have hid these things from the wise and prudent, and have revealed them to babes. Matthew chapter 11, verse 26. Even so, Father, for so it seemed good in your sight. Matthew chapter 11, verse 27. All things are delivered to me of my Father, and no man knows the Son but the Father. Neither knows any man the Father, save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him. Matthew chapter 11, verse 28. Come to me, all you that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Matthew chapter 11, verse 29. Take my yoke on you, and learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and you shall find rest to your souls. Matthew chapter 11, verse 30. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Matthew chapter 12, verse 1. At that time Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were an hungered, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. Matthew chapter 12, verse 2. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said to him, "Behold, your disciples do that which is not lawful to do on the Sabbath day." Matthew chapter 12, verse 3. But he said to them, "Have you not read what David did when he was an hungered, and they that were with him?" Matthew chapter 12, verse 4. How he entered into the house of God, and did eat the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests. Matthew chapter 12, verse 5. Or have you not read in the law, how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath, and are blameless? Matthew chapter 12, verse 6. But I say to you, that in this place is one greater than the temple. Matthew chapter 12, verse 7. But if you had known what this means, "I will have mercy, and not sacrifice," you would not have condemned the guiltless. Matthew chapter 12, verse 8. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. Matthew chapter 12, verse 9. And when he was departed there, he went into their synagogue. Matthew chapter 12, verse 10. And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered. And they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. Matthew chapter 12, verse 11. And he said to them, What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep? And if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not lay hold on it and lift it out? Matthew chapter 12, verse 12. How much then is a man better than a sheep? Why it is lawful to do well on the Sabbath days? Matthew chapter 12, verse 13. Then says he to the man, Stretch forth your hand. And he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like as the other. Matthew chapter 12, verse 14. Then the Pharisees went out, and held a council against him, how they might destroy him. Matthew chapter 12, verse 15. But when Jesus knew it, he withdrew himself from there, and great multitudes followed him, and he healed them all. Matthew chapter 12, verse 16. And charged them that they should not make him known. Matthew chapter 12, verse 17. That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying. Matthew chapter 12, verse 18. Behold my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved, in whom my soul is well pleased. I will put my spirit on him, and he shall show judgment to the Gentiles. Matthew chapter 12, verse 19. He shall not strive nor cry, neither shall any man hear his voice in the streets. Matthew chapter 12, verse 20. A bruised reed shall he not break, and smoking flax shall he not quench, till he send forth judgment to victory. Matthew chapter 12, verse 21. And in his name shall the Gentiles trust. Matthew chapter 12, verse 22. Then was brought to him one possessed with a devil, blind and dumb, and he healed him, so that the blind and dumb both spoke and saw. Matthew chapter 12, verse 23. And all the people were amazed and said, Is not this the son of David? Matthew chapter 12, verse 24. But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This fellow does not cast out devils, but by Beelzebub, the prince of the devils. Matthew chapter 12, Verse 25. And Jesus knew their thoughts, and said to them, Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. Matthew chapter 12, verse 26. And if Satan cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. How shall then his kingdom stand? Matthew chapter 12, verse 27. And if I by Beelzebub cast out devils, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore they shall be your judges. Matthew chapter 12, verse 28. But if I cast out devils by the Spirit of God, then the kingdom of God is come to you. Matthew chapter 12, verse 29. Or else how can one enter into a strong man's house, and spoil his goods, except he first bind the strong man, and then he will spoil his house. Matthew chapter 12, verse 30. He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathers not with me scatters abroad. Matthew chapter 12, verse 31. Why I say to you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven to men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Ghost shall not be forgiven to men. Matthew chapter 12, verse 32. And whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it shall be forgiven him. But whoever speaks against the Holy Ghost, it shall not be forgiven him, neither in this world, neither in the world to come. Matthew chapter 12, verse 33. Either make the tree good, and his fruit good, or else make the tree corrupt. For the tree is known by his fruit. Matthew chapter 12, verse 34. O generation of vipers, how can you, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. Matthew chapter 12, verse 35. A good man out of the good treasure of the heart brings forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasure brings forth evil things. Matthew chapter 12, verse 36. But I say to you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. Matthew chapter 12, verse 37. For by your words you shall be justified, and by your words you shall be condemned. Matthew chapter 12, verse 38. Then certain of the scribes and of the Pharisees answered, saying, Master, we would see a sign from you. Matthew chapter 12, verse 39. But he answered and said to them, An evil and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. Matthew chapter 12, verse 40. For as Jonas was 3 days and 3 nights in the whale's belly, so shall the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. Matthew chapter 12, verse 41. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonas. And behold, a greater than Jonas is here. Matthew chapter 12, verse 42. The queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And, behold, a greater than Solomon is here. Matthew chapter 12, verse 43. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walks through dry places, seeking rest, and finds none. Matthew chapter 12, verse 44. Then he says, I will return into my house from where I came out. And when he is come, he finds it empty, swept, and garnished. Matthew chapter 12 verse 45. Then goes he, and takes with himself 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first. Even so shall it be also to this wicked generation. Matthew chapter 12, verse 46. While he yet talked to the people, behold, his mother and his brothers stood without, desiring to speak with him. Matthew chapter 12, verse 47. Then one said to him, Behold, your mother and your brothers stand without, desiring to speak with you. Matthew chapter 12, verse 48. But he answered and said to him that told him, Who is my mother, and who are my brothers? Matthew chapter 12, verse 49. And he stretched forth his hand toward his disciples, and said, Behold my mother and my brothers. Matthew chapter 12, verse 50. For whoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother, and sister, and mother. Matthew chapter 13, verse 1. The same day went Jesus out of the house, and sat by the seaside. Matthew chapter 13, verse 2. And great multitudes were gathered together to him, so that he went into a ship, and sat. And the whole multitude stood on the shore. Matthew chapter 13, verse 3. And he spoke many things to them in parables, saying, Behold, a sower went forth to sow. Matthew chapter 13, verse 4. And when he sowed, some seeds fell by the wayside, and the fowls came and devoured them up. Matthew chapter 13, verse 5. Some fell on stony places, where they had not much earth, and immediately they sprung up, because they had no deepness of earth. Matthew chapter 13, verse 6. And when the sun was up, they were scorched, and because they had no root, they withered away. Matthew chapter 13, verse 7. And some fell among thorns, and the thorns sprung up and choked them. Matthew chapter 13, verse 18. But other fell into good ground, and brought forth fruit, some 100 times, some 60 times, some 30 times. Matthew chapter 13, verse 9. Who has ears to hear, let him hear. Matthew chapter 13, verse 10. And the disciples came and said to him, Why speak you to them in parables? Matthew chapter 13, verse 11. He answered and said to them, Because it is given to you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. Matthew chapter 13, verse 12. For whoever has to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whoever has not, from him shall be taken away even that he has. Matthew chapter 13, verse 13. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. Matthew chapter 13, verse 14. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which says, By hearing you shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing you shall see, and shall not perceive. Matthew chapter 13, verse 15. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. Matthew chapter 13, verse 16. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. Matthew chapter 13, verse 17. For truly I say to you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which you see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which you hear, and have not heard. Matthew chapter 13, verse 18. Hear you therefore the parable of the sower. Matthew chapter 13, verse 19. When anyone hears the word of the kingdom and understands it not, then comes the wicked one and catches away that which was sown in his heart. This is he which receives seed by the wayside. Matthew chapter 13, verse 20. But he that received the seed into stony places, the same is he that hears the word, and immediately with joy receives it. Matthew chapter 13, verse 21. Yet has he not root in himself, but endures for a while. For when tribulation or persecution rises because of the word, by and by he is offended. Matthew chapter 13, verse 22. He also that received seed among the thorns is he that hears the word, and the care of this world and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becomes unfruitful. Matthew chapter 13, verse 23. But he that receives seed into the good ground is he that hears the word, and understands it, which also bears fruit, and brings forth, some 100 times, some 60, some 30. Matthew chapter 13, verse 24. Another parable put he forth to them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is likened to a man which sowed good seed in his field. Matthew chapter 13, verse 25. While men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. Matthew chapter 13, verse 26. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, then appeared the tares also. Matthew chapter 13, verse 27. So the servants of the householder came and said to him, Sir, did not you sow good seed in your field? From where then has it tares? Matthew chapter 13, verse 28. He said to them, An enemy has done this. The servants said to him, Will you then that we go and gather them up? Matthew chapter 13, verse 29. But he said, No, lest while you gather up the tares, you root up also the wheat with them. Matthew chapter 13, verse 30. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, Gather you together first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Matthew chapter 13, verse 31. Another parable put he forth to them, saying, The kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took, and sowed in his field. Matthew chapter 13, verse 32. Which indeed is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. Matthew chapter 13, verse 33. Another parable spoke he to them. The kingdom of heaven is like to leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal, till the whole was leavened. Matthew chapter 13, verse 34. All these things spoke Jesus to the multitude in parables, and without a parable spoke he not to them. Matthew chapter 13, verse 35. That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world. Matthew chapter 13, verse 36. Then Jesus sent the multitude away, and went into the house. And his disciples came to him, saying, Declare to us the parable of the tares of the field. Matthew chapter 13, verse 37. He answered and said to them, He that sows the good seed is the Son of Man. Matthew chapter 13, verse 38. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. Matthew chapter 13, verse 39. The enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. Matthew chapter 13, verse 40. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of this world. Matthew chapter 13, verse 41. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend, and them which do iniquity. Matthew chapter 13, verse 42. And shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Matthew chapter 13, verse 43. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. Who has ears to hear, let him hear. Matthew chapter 13, verse 44. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like to treasure hid in a field, the which when a man has found he hides, and for joy thereof goes and sells all that he has, and buys that field. Matthew chapter 13, verse 45. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like to a merchant man, seeking goodly pearls. Matthew chapter 13, verse 46. Who, when he had found one pearl of great price, went and sold all that he had, and bought it. Matthew chapter 13, verse 47. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like to a net that was cast into the sea, and gathered of every kind. Matthew chapter 13, verse 48. Which, when it was full, they drew to shore and sat down, and gathered the good into vessels, but cast the bad away. Matthew chapter 13, verse 49. So shall it be at the end of the world. The angels shall come forth, and sever the wicked from among the just. Matthew chapter 13, verse 50. And shall cast them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Matthew chapter 13, verse 51. Jesus says to them, Have you understood all these things? They say to him, Yes, Lord. Matthew chapter 13, verse 52. Then said he to them, Therefore every scribe which is instructed to the kingdom of heaven is like to a man that is an householder, which brings forth out of his treasure things new and old. Matthew chapter 13, verse 53. And it came to pass that when Jesus had finished these parables, he departed there. Matthew chapter 13, verse 54. And when he was come into his own country, he taught them in their synagogue, so that they were astonished, and said, From where has this man this wisdom, and these mighty works? Matthew chapter 13, verse 55. Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary, and his brothers James, and Joseph, and Simon, and Judas? Matthew chapter 13, verse 56. And his sisters, are they not all with us? From where then has this man all these things? Matthew chapter 13, verse 57. And they were offended in him. But Jesus said to them, A prophet is not without honor, save in his own country and in his own house. Matthew chapter 13, verse 58. And he did not many mighty works there because of their unbelief. Matthew chapter 14, verse 1. At that time Herod the Tetrarch heard of the fame of Jesus. Matthew chapter 14, verse 2. And said to his servants, This is John the Baptist. He is risen from the dead, and therefore mighty works do show forth themselves in him. Matthew chapter 14, verse 3. For Herod had laid hold on John and bound him, and put him in prison for Herodias' sake, his brother Philip's wife. Matthew chapter 14, verse 14. For John said to him, It is not lawful for you to have her. Matthew chapter 14, verse 5. And when he would have put him to death, he feared the multitude, because they counted him as a prophet. Matthew chapter 14, verse 6. But when Herod's birthday was kept, the daughter of Herodias danced before them, and pleased Herod. Matthew chapter 14, verse 7. Whereupon he promised with an oath to give her whatever she would ask. Matthew chapter 14, verse 8. And she, being before instructed of her mother, said, Give me here John Baptist's head, in a charger. Matthew chapter 14, verse 9. And the king was sorry. Nevertheless, for the oath's sake, and them which sat with him at meat, he commanded it to be given her. Matthew chapter 14, verse 10. And he sent and beheaded John in the prison. Matthew chapter 14, verse 11. And his head was brought in a charger, and given to the damsel, and she brought it to her mother. Matthew chapter 14, verse 12. And his disciples came, and took up the body, and buried it, and went and told Jesus. Matthew chapter 14, verse 13. When Jesus heard of it, he departed there by ship into a desert place apart. And when the people had heard thereof, they followed him on foot out of the cities. Matthew chapter 14, verse 14. And Jesus went forth, and saw a great multitude, and was moved with compassion toward them, and he healed their sick. Matthew chapter 14, verse 15. And when it was evening, his disciples came to him, saying, This is a desert place, and the time is now past. Send the multitude away, that they may go into the villages, and buy themselves victuals. Matthew chapter 14, verse 16. But Jesus said to them, They need not depart. Give you them to eat. Matthew chapter 14, verse 17. And they say to him, We have here but 5 loaves, and 2 fishes. Matthew chapter 14, verse 18. He said, Bring them here to me. Matthew chapter 14, verse 19. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass, and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looking up to heaven, he blessed and broke, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. Matthew chapter 14, verse 20. And they did all eat, and were filled. And they took up of the fragments that remained 12 baskets full. Matthew chapter 14, verse 21. And they that had eaten were about 5,000 men, beside women and children. Matthew chapter 14, verse 22. And straightway Jesus constrained his disciples to get into a ship, and to go before him to the other side, while he sent the multitudes away. Matthew chapter 14, verse 23. And when he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into a mountain apart to pray. And when the evening was come, he was there alone. Matthew chapter 14, verse 24. But the ship was now in the middle of the sea, tossed with waves, for the wind was contrary. Matthew chapter 14, verse 25. And in the fourth watch of the night Jesus went to them, walking on the sea. Matthew chapter 14, verse 26. And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, "It is a spirit." And they cried out for fear. Matthew chapter 14, verse 27. But straightway Jesus spoke to them, saying, "Be of good cheer. It is I. Be not afraid." Matthew chapter 14, verse 28. And Peter answered him and said, "Lord, if it be you, bid me come to you on the water." Matthew chapter 14, verse 29. And he said, "Come." And when Peter was come down out of the ship, he walked on the water to go to Jesus. Matthew chapter 14, verse 30. But when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid. And beginning to sink, he cried, saying, "Lord, save me." Matthew chapter 14, verse 31. And immediately Jesus stretched forth his hand, and caught him, and said to him, "O you of little faith, why did you doubt?" Matthew chapter 14, verse 32. And when they were come into the ship, the wind ceased. Matthew chapter 14, verse 33. Then they that were in the ship came and worshipped him, saying, "Of a truth, you are the Son of God." Matthew chapter 14, verse 34. And when they were gone over, they came into the land of Gennesaret. Matthew chapter 14, verse 35. And when the men of that place had knowledge of him, they sent out into all that country round about, and brought to him all that were diseased. Matthew chapter 14, verse 36. And sought him that they might only touch the hem of his garment. And as many as touched were made perfectly whole. Matthew chapter 15, verse 1. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, Matthew chapter 15, verse 2. Why do your disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. Matthew chapter 15, verse 3. But he answered and said to them, Why do you also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? Matthew chapter 15, verse 4. For God commanded, saying, Honor your father and mother, and he that curses father or mother, let him die the death. Matthew chapter 15, verse 5. But you say, Whoever shall say to his father or his mother, It is a gift, by whatever you might be profited by me. Matthew chapter 15, verse 6. And honor not his father or his mother, he shall be free. Thus have you made the commandment of God of none effect by your tradition. Matthew chapter 15, verse 7. You hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying. Matthew chapter 15, verse 8. This people draws near to me with their mouth, and honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Matthew chapter 15, verse 9. But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. Matthew chapter 15, verse 10. And he called the multitude, and said to them, Hear and understand. Matthew chapter 15, verse 11. Not that which goes into the mouth defiles a man, but that which comes out of the mouth, this defiles a man. Matthew chapter 15, verse 12. Then came his disciples and said to him, Know you that the Pharisees were offended after they heard this saying. Matthew chapter 15 verse 13. But he answered and said, Every plant which my heavenly Father has not planted shall be rooted up. Matthew chapter 15 verse 14. Let them alone. They be blind leaders of the blind, and if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Matthew chapter 15 verse 15. Then answered Peter and said to him, Declare to us this parable. Matthew chapter 15 verse 16. And Jesus said, Are you also yet without understanding? Matthew chapter 15 verse 17. Do not you yet understand that whatever enters in at the mouth goes into the belly and is cast out into the draught? Matthew chapter 15 verse 18. But those things which proceed out of the mouth come forth from the heart, and they defile the man. Matthew chapter 15 verse 19. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies. Matthew chapter 15 verse 20. These are the things which defile a man, but to eat with unwashed hands defiles not a man. Matthew chapter 15 verse 21. Then Jesus went there and departed into the coasts of Tyre and Sidon. Matthew chapter 15 verse 22. And behold, a woman of Canaan came out of the same coasts and cried to him, saying, Have mercy on me, O Lord, you son of David. My daughter is grievously vexed with a devil. Matthew chapter 15 verse 23. But he answered her not a word. And his disciples came and sought him, saying, Send her away, for she cries after us. Matthew chapter 15 verse 24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew chapter 15 verse 25. Then came she and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. Matthew chapter 15 verse 26. But he answered and said, It is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it to dogs. Matthew chapter 15 verse 27. And she said, Truth, Lord, yet the dogs eat of the crumbs which fall from their master's table. Matthew chapter 15 verse 28. Then Jesus answered and said to her, O woman, great is your faith. Be it to you even as you will. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. Matthew chapter 15 verse 29. And Jesus departed from there, and came near to the Sea of Galilee, and went up into a mountain, and sat down there. Matthew chapter 15 verse 30. And great multitudes came to him, having with them those that were lame, blind, dumb, maimed, and many others, and cast them down at Jesus' feet, and he healed them. Matthew chapter 15 verse 31. So that the multitude wondered when they saw the dumb to speak, the maimed to be whole, the lame to walk, and the blind to see, and they glorified the God of Israel. Matthew chapter 15 verse 32. Then Jesus called his disciples to him and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days, and have nothing to eat. And I will not send them away fasting, lest they faint in the way. Matthew chapter 15 verse 33. And his disciples say to him, From where should we have so much bread in the wilderness, as to fill so great a multitude. Matthew chapter 15, verse 34. And Jesus says to them, How many loaves have you? And they said, 7, and a few little fishes. Matthew chapter 15, verse 35. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground. Matthew chapter 15, verse 36. And he took the 7 loaves and the fishes, and gave thanks, and broke them, and gave to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude. Matthew chapter 15, verse 37. And they did all eat, and were filled, and they took up of the broken meat that was left 7 baskets full. Matthew chapter 15, verse 38. And they that did eat were 4,000 men, beside women and children. Matthew chapter 15, verse 39. And he sent away the multitude, and took ship, and came into the coasts of Magdala. Matthew chapter 16, verse 1. The Pharisees also with the Sadducees came, and tempting desired him that he would show them a sign from heaven. Matthew chapter 16, verse 2. He answered and said to them, When it is evening, you say, It will be fair weather, for the sky is red. Matthew chapter 16, verse 3. And in the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. O you hypocrites, you can discern the face of the sky, but can you not discern the signs of the times? Matthew chapter 16, verse 4. A wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it, but the sign of the prophet Jonas. And he left them, and departed. Matthew chapter 16, verse 5. And when his disciples were come to the other side, they had forgotten to take bread. Matthew chapter 16, verse 6. Then Jesus said to them, Take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. Matthew chapter 16, verse 7. And they reasoned among themselves, saying, It is because we have taken no bread. Matthew chapter 16, verse 8. Which when Jesus perceived, he said to them, O you of little faith, why reason you among yourselves, because you have brought no bread? Matthew chapter 16, verse 9. Do you not yet understand, neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets you took up? Matthew chapter 16, verse 10. Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000, and how many baskets you took up? Matthew chapter 16, verse 11. How is it that you do not understand that I spoke it not to you concerning bread, that you should beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees? Matthew chapter 16, verse 12. Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees. Matthew chapter 16, verse 13. When Jesus came into the coasts of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, Whom do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? Matthew chapter 16, verse 14. And they said, Some say that you are John the Baptist, some Elias, and others Jeremias, or one of the prophets. Matthew chapter 16, verse 15. He says to them, But whom say you that I am? Matthew chapter 16, verse 16. And Simon Peter answered and said, You are the Christ, the Son of the living God. Matthew chapter 16 verse 17. And Jesus answered and said to him, Blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood has not revealed it to you, but my Father which is in heaven. Matthew chapter 16 verse 18. And I say also to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Matthew chapter 16 verse 19. And I will give to you the keys of the kingdom of heaven, and whatever you shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Matthew chapter 16 verse 20. Then charged he his disciples that they should tell no man that he was Jesus the Christ. Matthew chapter 16 verse 21. From that time forth began Jesus to show to his disciples how that he must go to Jerusalem, and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and be raised again the third day. Matthew chapter 16 verse 22. Then Peter took him, and began to rebuke him, saying, Be it far from you, Lord, this shall not be to you. Matthew chapter 16 verse 23. But he turned and said to Peter, Get you behind me, Satan. You are an offense to me, for you mind not the things that be of God, but those that be of men. Matthew chapter 16 verse 24. Then said Jesus to his disciples, If any man will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. Matthew chapter 16 verse 25. For whoever will save his life shall lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. Matthew chapter 16 verse 26. For what is a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world, and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? Matthew chapter 16 verse 27. For the Son of Man shall come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he shall reward every man according to his works. Matthew chapter 16 verse 28. Truly I say to you, there be some standing here which shall not taste of death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Matthew chapter 17 verse 1. And after 6 days Jesus takes Peter, James and John his brother, and brings them up into an high mountain apart. Matthew chapter 17 verse 2. And was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. Matthew chapter 17 verse 3. And behold, there appeared to them Moses and Elias talking with him. Matthew chapter 17 verse 4. Then answered Peter, and said to Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you will, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for you, and one for Moses, and one for Elias. Matthew chapter 17 verse 5. While he yet spoke, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them. And behold, a voice out of the cloud, which said, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Hear you him. Matthew chapter 17 verse 6. And when the disciples heard it, they fell on their face, and were sore afraid. Matthew chapter 17 verse 7. And Jesus came and touched them, and said, Arise, and be not afraid. Matthew chapter 17 verse 8. And when they had lifted up their eyes, they saw no man, save Jesus only. Matthew chapter 17 verse 9. And as they came down from the mountain, Jesus charged them, saying, Tell the vision to no man, until the Son of Man be risen again from the dead. Matthew chapter 17 verse 10. And his disciples asked him, saying, Why then say the scribes that Elias must first come? Matthew chapter 17 verse 11. And Jesus answered and said to them, Elias truly shall first come, and restore all things. Matthew chapter 17 verse 12. But I say to you that Elias is come already, and they knew him not, but have done to him whatever they listed. Likewise shall also the Son of Man suffer of them. Matthew chapter 17 verse 13. Then the disciples understood that he spoke to them of John the Baptist. Matthew chapter 17 verse 14. And when they were come to the multitude, there came to him a certain man, kneeling down to him, and saying. Matthew chapter 17 verse 15. Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is lunatic, and sore vexed, for often he falls into the fire, and oft into the water. Matthew chapter 17 verse 16. And I brought him to your disciples, and they could not cure him. Matthew chapter 17 verse 17. Then Jesus answered and said, O faithless and perverse generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I suffer you? Bring here to me a lad. Matthew chapter 17 verse 18. And Jesus rebuked the devil, and he departed out of him, and the child was cured from that very hour. Matthew chapter 17 verse 19. Then came the disciples to Jesus apart, and said, Why could not we cast him out? Matthew chapter 17 verse 20. And Jesus said to them, Because of your unbelief. For truly I say to you, if you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, you shall say to this mountain, Remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible to you. Matthew chapter 17 verse 21. However, this kind goes not out but by prayer and fasting. Matthew chapter 17 verse 22. And while they stayed in Galilee, Jesus said to them, The Son of Man shall be betrayed into the hands of men. Matthew chapter 17 verse 23. And they shall kill him, and the third day he shall be raised again. And they were exceeding sorry. Matthew chapter 17 verse 24. And when they were come to Capernaum, they that received tribute money came to Peter, and said, Does not your master pay tribute? Matthew chapter 17 verse 25. He says, Yes. And when he was come into the house, Jesus prevented him, saying, What think you, Simon? Of whom do the kings of the earth take custom or tribute? Of their own children, or of strangers? Matthew chapter 17 verse 26. Peter says to him, Of strangers. Jesus says to him, Then are the children free. Matthew chapter 17 verse 27. Notwithstanding, lest we should offend them, go you to the sea, and cast an hook, and take up the fish that first comes up. And when you have opened his mouth, you shall find a piece of money. That take and give to them for me. And you. Matthew chapter 18 verse 1. At the same time came the disciples to Jesus, saying, Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? Matthew chapter 18 verse 2. And Jesus called a little child to him, and set him in the middle of them. Matthew chapter 18 verse 3. And said, Truly I say to you, except you be converted, and become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 18 verse 4. Whoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 5. And whoever shall receive one such little child in my name receives me. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 6. But whoever shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 7. Woe to the world because of offenses, for it must needs be that offenses come. But woe to that man by whom the offense comes. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 86. Why, if your hand or your foot offend you, cut them off and cast them from you. It is better for you to enter into life halt or maimed, rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet to be cast into everlasting fire. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 9. And if your eye offend you, pluck it out and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life with 1 eye, rather than having 2 eyes to be cast into hellfire. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 10. Take heed that you despise not one of these little ones. For I say to you, that in heaven their angels do always behold the face of my Father which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 11. For the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 12. How think you, if a man have 100 sheep, and one of them be gone astray, does he not leave the 99, and goes into the mountains, and seeks that which is gone astray? Matthew, chapter 18, verse 13. And if so be that he find it, truly I say to you, he rejoices more of that sheep than of the 99 which went not astray. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 14. Even so, it is not the will of your Father which is in heaven, that one of these little ones should perish. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 15. Moreover, if your brother shall trespass against you, go and tell him his fault between you and him alone. If he shall hear you, you have gained your brother. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 16. But if he will not hear you, then take with you 1 or 2 more, that in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word may be established. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 17. And if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it to the church. But if he neglect to hear the church, let him be to you as an heathen man and a publican. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 18. Truly I say to you, whatever you shall bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever you shall loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 19. Again I say to you, that if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 20. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the middle of them. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 21. Then came Peter to him and said, Lord, how oft shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Till 7 times? Matthew, chapter 18, verse 22. Jesus says to him, I say not to you, until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 23. Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened to a certain king, which would take account of his servants. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 24. And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought to him, which owed him 10,000 talents. Matthew, chapter 18, verse 25. But for as much as he had not to pay, his Lord commanded him to be sold, and his wife and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. Matthew chapter 18, verse 26. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will pay you all. Matthew chapter 18, verse 27. Then the Lord of that servant was moved with compassion, and loosed him, and forgave him the debt. Matthew chapter 18, verse 28. But the same servant went out, and found one of his fellow servants, which owed him 100 pence, and he laid hands on him, and took him by the throat, saying, Pay me that you owe. Matthew chapter 18, verse 29. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and sought him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will pay you all. Matthew chapter 18, verse 30. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison till he should pay the debt. Matthew chapter 18, verse 31. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry, and came and told to their Lord all that was done. Matthew chapter 18, verse 32. Then his Lord, after that he had called him, said to him, O you wicked servant, I forgave you all that debt, because you desired me. Matthew chapter 18, verse 33. Should not you also have had compassion on your fellow servant, even as I had pity on you? Matthew chapter 18, verse 34. And his Lord was wroth, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that was due to him. Matthew chapter 18, verse 35. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also to you, if you from your hearts forgive not everyone his brother their trespasses. Matthew chapter 19, verse 1. And it came to pass that when Jesus had finished these sayings, he departed from Galilee, and came into the coasts of Judea beyond Jordan. Matthew chapter 19, verse 2. And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. Matthew chapter 19, verse 3. The Pharisees also came to him, tempting him, and saying to him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? Matthew chapter 19, verse 40. And he answered and said to them, Have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? Matthew chapter 19, verse 5. And said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall join to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh? Matthew chapter 19, verse 6. Why, they are no more two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, let not man put asunder. Matthew chapter 19, verse 7. They say to him, Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorce, and to put her away? Matthew chapter 19, verse 80. He says to them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so. Matthew chapter 19, verse 9. And I say to you, whoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, commits adultery. And whoever marries her, which is put away, does commit adultery. Matthew chapter 19, verse 10. His disciples say to him, If the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. Matthew chapter 19, verse 11. But he said to them, All men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. Matthew chapter 19, verse 12. For there are some eunuchs, which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs, which were made eunuchs of men. And there be eunuchs, which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Matthew chapter 19, verse 13. Then were there brought to him little children, that he should put his hands on them, and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. Matthew chapter 19, verse 14. But Jesus said, Suffer little children, and forbid them not to come to me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 19, verse 15. And he laid his hands on them, and departed there. Matthew chapter 19, verse 16. And behold, one came and said to him, Good Master, what good thing shall I do, that I may have eternal life? Matthew chapter 19, verse 17. And he said to him, Why call you me good? There is none good but one, that is, God. But if you will enter into life, keep the commandments. Matthew chapter 19, verse 18. He says to him, Which? Jesus said, You shall do no murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness. Matthew chapter 19, verse 19. Honor your father and your mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Matthew chapter 19, verse 20. The young man says to him, All these things have I kept from my youth up. What lack I yet? Matthew chapter 19, verse 21. Jesus said to him, If you will be perfect, go and sell that you have, and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. Matthew chapter 19, verse 22. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Matthew chapter 19, verse 23. Then said Jesus to his disciples, Truly I say to you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew chapter 19, verse 24. And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Matthew chapter 19, verse 25. When his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, Who then can be saved? Matthew chapter 19, verse 26. But Jesus beheld them and said to them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. Matthew chapter 19, verse 27. Then answered Peter and said to him, Behold, we have forsaken all and followed you. What shall we have therefore? Matthew chapter 19, verse 28. And Jesus said to them, Truly I say to you, that you which have followed me, in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, you also shall sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Matthew chapter 19, verse 29. And everyone that has forsaken houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100 times, and shall inherit everlasting life. Matthew chapter 19, verse 30. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Matthew chapter 20, verse 1. For the kingdom of heaven is like to a man that is an householder, which went out early in the morning to hire laborers into his vineyard. Matthew chapter 20, Verse 2. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a penny a day, he sent them into his vineyard. Matthew chapter 20, verse 3. And he went out about the third hour, and saw others standing idle in the marketplace. Matthew chapter 20, verse 40. And said to them, Go you also into the vineyard, and whatever is right I will give you. And they went their way. Matthew chapter 20, verse 5. Again he went out about the 6th and 9th hour, and did likewise. Matthew chapter 20, verse 6. And about the 11th hour he went out, and found others standing idle, and says to them, Why stand you here all the day idle? Matthew chapter 20, verse 7. They say to him, Because no man has hired us. He says to them, Go you also into the vineyard, and whatever is right, that shall you receive. Matthew chapter 20, verse 8. So when even was come, the Lord of the vineyard says to his steward, Call the laborers, and give them their hire, beginning from the last to the first. Matthew chapter 20, verse 9. And when they came that were hired about the 11th hour, they received every man a penny. Matthew chapter 20, verse 10. But when the first came, they supposed that they should have received more, and they likewise received every man a penny. Matthew chapter 20, verse 11. And when they had received it, they murmured against the manager of the house. Matthew chapter 20, verse 12. Saying, These last have worked but 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us, which have borne the burden and heat of the day. Matthew chapter 20, verse 13. But he answered one of them, and said, Friend, I do you no wrong. Did not you agree with me for a penny? Matthew chapter 20, verse 14. Take that your is and go your way. I will give to this last, even as to you. Matthew chapter 20, verse 15. Is it not lawful for me to do what I will with my own? Is your eye evil because I am good? Matthew chapter 20, verse 16. So the last shall be first, and the first last. For many be called, but few chosen. Matthew chapter 20, verse 17. And Jesus going up to Jerusalem took the 12 disciples apart in the way, and said to them, Matthew chapter 20, verse 18. Behold, we go up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Man shall be betrayed to the chief priests and to the scribes, and they shall condemn him to death. Matthew chapter 20, verse 19. And shall deliver him to the Gentiles to mock, and to whip, and to crucify him. And the third day he shall rise again. Matthew chapter 20, verse 20. Then came to him the mother of Zebedee's children with her sons, worshipping him, and desiring a certain thing of him. Matthew chapter 20, verse 21. And he said to her, What will you? She says to him, Grant that these my 2 sons may sit, the one on your right hand, and the other on the left, in your kingdom. Matthew chapter 20, verse 22. But Jesus answered and said, You know not what you ask. Are you able to drink of the cup that I shall drink of, and to be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? They say to him, We are able. Matthew chapter 20, verse 23. And he says to them, You shall drink indeed of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father. Matthew chapter 20, verse 24. And when the 10 heard it, they were moved with indignation against the two brothers. Matthew chapter 20, verse 25. But Jesus called them to him and said, You know that the princes of the Gentiles exercise dominion over them, and they that are great exercise authority on them. Matthew chapter 20, verse 26. But it shall not be so among you. But whoever will be great among you, let him be your minister. Matthew chapter 20, verse 27. And whoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant. Matthew chapter 20, verse 28. Even as the Son of Man came not to be ministered to, but to minister and to give his life a ransom for many. Matthew chapter 20, verse 29. And as they departed from Jericho, a great multitude followed him. Matthew chapter 20, verse 30. And behold, 2 blind men sitting by the wayside, when they heard that Jesus passed by, cried out, saying, Have mercy on us, O Lord, you Son of David. Matthew chapter 20, verse 31. And the multitude rebuked them, because they should hold their peace. But they cried the more, saying, Have mercy on us, O Lord, you Son of David. Matthew chapter 20, verse 32. And Jesus stood still and called them and said, What would you that I shall do to you? Matthew chapter 20, verse 33. They say to him, Lord, that our eyes may be opened. Matthew chapter 20, verse 34. So Jesus had compassion on them, and touched their eyes. And immediately their eyes received sight, and they followed him. Matthew chapter 21, verse 1. And when they drew near to Jerusalem, and were come to Bethphage, to the Mount of Olives, then sent Jesus 2 disciples. Matthew chapter 20, verse 2. Saying to them, Go into the village over against you, and straightway you shall find an ass tied, and a colt with her. Loose them, and bring them to me. Matthew chapter 21, verse 3. And if any man say something to you, you shall say, The Lord has need of them, and straightway he will send them. Matthew chapter 21, verse 4. All this was done, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying. Matthew chapter 21, verse 5. Tell you the daughter of Sion, behold, your king comes to you, meek and sitting on an ass, and a colt the foal of an ass. Matthew chapter 21, verse 6. And the disciples went, and did as Jesus commanded them. Matthew chapter 21, verse 7. And brought the ass and the colt, and put on them their clothes, and they set him thereon. Matthew chapter 21, verse 8. And a very great multitude spread their garments in the way. Others cut down branches from the trees, and strewed them in the way. Matthew chapter 21, verse 9. And the multitudes that went before and that followed cried, saying, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. Matthew chapter 21, verse 10. And when he was come into Jerusalem, all the city was moved, saying, Who is this? Matthew chapter 21, verse 11. And the multitude said, This is Jesus the prophet of Nazareth, of Galilee. Matthew chapter 21, verse 12. And Jesus went into the temple of God, and cast out all them that sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers, and the seats of them that sold doves. Matthew chapter 21 verse 13. And said to them, It is written, My house shall be called the house of prayer, but you have made it a den of thieves. Matthew chapter 21 verse 14. And the blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. Matthew chapter 21 verse 15. And when the chief priests and scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children crying in the temple, and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they were sore displeased. Matthew chapter 21 verse 16. And said to him, Hear you what these say? And Jesus says to them, Yes. Have you never read, Out of the mouth of babes and sucklings you have perfected praise? Matthew chapter 21 verse 17. And he left them, and went out of the city into Bethany, and he lodged there. Matthew chapter 21 verse 18. Now in the morning as he returned into the city, he hungry. Matthew chapter 21 verse 19. And when he saw a fig tree in the way, he came to it, and found nothing thereon, but leaves only, and said to it, Let no fruit grow on you henceforward forever. And presently the fig tree withered away. Matthew chapter 21 verse 20. And when the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How soon is the fig tree withered away? Matthew chapter 21 verse 21. Jesus answered and said to them, Truly I say to you, if you have faith, and doubt not, you shall not only do this which is done to the fig tree, but also if you shall say to this mountain, Be you removed, and be you cast into the sea, it shall be done. Matthew chapter 21 verse 22. And all things, whatever you shall ask in prayer, believing, you shall receive. Matthew chapter 21 verse 23. And when he was come into the temple, the chief priests and the elders of the people came to him as he was teaching, and said, By what authority do you these things? And who gave you this authority? Matthew chapter 21 verse 24. And Jesus answered and said to them, I also will ask you one thing, which if you tell me, I in likewise will tell you by what authority I do these things. Matthew chapter 21 verse 25. The baptism of John, from where was it? From heaven, or of men? And they reasoned with themselves, saying, If we shall say, From heaven, he will say to us, Why did you not then believe him? Matthew chapter 21 verse 26. But if we shall say of men, We fear the people, for all hold John as a prophet. Matthew chapter 21 verse 27. And they answered Jesus, and said, We cannot tell. And he said to them, Neither tell I you by what authority I do these things. Matthew chapter 21 verse 28. But what think you? A certain man had 2 sons. And he came to the first and said, Son, go work today in my vineyard. Matthew chapter 21 verse 29. He answered and said, I will not. But afterward he repented and went. Matthew chapter 21 verse 30. And he came to the second, and said likewise. And he answered and said, I go, sir, and went not. Matthew chapter 21 verse 31. Whether of them 2 did the will of his father? They say to him, The first. Jesus says to them, Truly I say to you, that the publicans and the harlots go into the kingdom of God before you. Matthew Chapter 21, verse 32. For John came to you in the way of righteousness, and you believed him not. But the publicans and the harlots believed him. And you, when you had seen it, repented not afterward, that you might believe him. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 33. Hear another parable. There was a certain householder which planted a vineyard, and hedged it round about, and dig a winepress in it, and built a tower, and let it out to farmers, and went into a far country. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 34. And when the time of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the farmers, that they might receive the fruits of it. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 35. And the farmers took his servants, and beat one, and killed another, and stoned another. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 36. Again, he sent other servants more than the first, and they did to them likewise. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 37. But last of all he sent to them his son, saying, They will reverence my son. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 38. But when the farmers saw the son, they said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us seize on his inheritance. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 39. And they caught him, and cast him out of the vineyard, and slew him. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 40. When the Lord therefore of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those farmers? Matthew, chapter 21, verse 41. They say to him, He will miserably destroy those wicked men, and will let out his vineyard to other farmers, which shall render him the fruits in their seasons. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 42. Jesus says to them, Did you never read in the Scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner? This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 43. Therefore say I to you, the kingdom of God shall be taken from you, and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 44. And whoever shall fall on this stone shall be broken, but on whomsoever it shall fall, it will grind him to powder. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 45. And when the chief priests and Pharisees had heard his parables, they perceived that he spoke of them. Matthew, chapter 21, verse 46. But when they sought to lay hands on him, they feared the multitude, because they took him for a prophet. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 1. And Jesus answered and spoke to them again by parables, and said, Matthew, chapter 22, verse 2. The kingdom of heaven is like to a certain king, which made a marriage for his son. Matthew chapter 22, verse 3. And sent forth his servants to call them that were bidden to the wedding, and they would not come. Matthew chapter 22, verse 4. Again he sent forth other servants, saying, Tell them which are bidden, Behold, I have prepared my dinner. My oxen and my fatted calves are killed, and all things are ready. Come to the marriage. Matthew chapter 22, verse 5. But they made light of it, and went their ways, one to his farm, another to his merchandise. Matthew chapter 22, verse 6. And the remnant took his servants, and entreated them spitefully, and slew them. Matthew chapter 22, verse 7. But when the king heard thereof, he was wroth, and he sent forth his armies, and destroyed those murderers, and burned up their city. Matthew chapter 22 verse 8. Then says he to his servants, The wedding is ready, but they which were bidden were not worthy. Matthew chapter 22 verse 9. Go you therefore into the highways, and as many as you shall find, bid to the marriage. Matthew chapter 22 verse 10. So those servants went out into the highways, and gathered together all as many as they found, both bad and good. And the wedding was furnished with guests. Matthew chapter 22 verse 11. And when the king came in to see the guests, he saw there a man which had not on a wedding garment. Matthew chapter 22 verse 12. And he says to him, Friend, how came you in here not having a wedding garment? And he was speechless. Matthew chapter 22 verse 13. Then said the king to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, and take him away, and cast him into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew chapter 22 verse 14. For many are called, but few are chosen. Matthew chapter 22 verse 15. Then went the Pharisees, and took counsel how they might entangle him in his talk. Matthew chapter 22 verse 16. And they sent out to him their disciples with the Herodians, saying, Master, we know that you are true, and teach the way of God in truth, neither care you for any man, for you regard not the person of men. Matthew chapter 22 verse 17. Tell us therefore, what think you? Is it lawful to give tribute to Caesar, or not? Matthew chapter 22 verse 18. But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why tempt you me, you hypocrites? Matthew chapter 22 verse 19. Show me the tribute money. And they brought to him a penny. Matthew chapter 22 verse 20. And he says to them, Whose is this image and superscription? Matthew chapter 22 verse 21. They say to him, Caesar's. Then says he to them, Render therefore to Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. Matthew chapter 22 verse 22. When they had heard these words, they marveled, and left him, and went their way. Matthew chapter 22 verse 23 to. The same day came to him the Sadducees, which say that there is no resurrection, and asked him. Matthew chapter 22 verse 24. Saying, Master, Moses said, If a man die having no children, his brother shall marry his wife, and raise up seed to his brother. Matthew chapter 22 verse 25. Now there were with us 7 brothers, and the first, when he had married a wife, deceased, and having no issue left his wife to his brother. Matthew chapter 22 verse 26. Likewise the second also, and the third to the 7th. Matthew chapter 22 verse 27. And last of all the woman died also. Matthew chapter 22 verse 28. Therefore in the resurrection whose wife shall she be of the 7? For they all had her. Matthew chapter 22 verse 29. Jesus answered, You do err, not knowing the Scriptures, nor the power of God. Matthew chapter 22 verse 30. For in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 31. But as touching the resurrection of the dead, have you not read that which was spoken to you by God, saying? Matthew, chapter 22, verse 32. I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 33. And when the multitude heard this, they were astonished at his doctrine. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 34. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 35. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and saying. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 36. Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Matthew, chapter 22, verse 37. Jesus said to him, You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 38. This is the first and great commandment. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 39. And the second is like to it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 40. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 41. While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 42, saying, What think you of Christ? Whose son is he? They say to him, The son of David. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 43. He says to them, How then does David in spirit call him Lord, saying? Matthew, chapter 22, verse 44. The Lord said to my Lord, Sit you on my right hand, till I make your enemies your footstool. Matthew, chapter 22, verse 45. If David then call him Lord, how is he his son? Matthew, chapter 22, verse 46. And no man was able to answer him a word, neither dared any man from that day forth ask him any more questions. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 1. Then spoke Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 2, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 3. All therefore, whatever they bid you observe, that observe and do, but do not you after their works, for they say, and do not. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 4. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 5. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 6. And love the uppermost rooms at feasts, and the chief seats in the synagogues. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 7. And greetings in the markets, and to be called of men, Rabbi, Rabbi. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 8. But be not you called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all you are brothers. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 9. And call no man your father on the earth, for one is your Father, which is in heaven. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 10. Neither be you called masters, for one is your master, even Christ. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 11. But he that is greatest among you shall be your servant. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 12. And whoever shall exalt himself shall be abased, and he that shall humble himself shall be exalted. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 13. But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For you neither go in yourselves, neither suffer you them that are entering to go in. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 14. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. Therefore you shall receive the greater damnation. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 15. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you compass sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, you make him twofold more the child of hell than yourselves. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 16. Woe to you, you blind guides, which say, whoever shall swear by the temple, it is nothing. But whoever shall swear by the gold of the temple, he is a debtor. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 17. You fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gold, or the temple that sanctifies the gold? Matthew, chapter 23, verse 18. And whoever shall swear by the altar, it is nothing. But whoever swears by the gift that is on it, he is guilty. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 19. You fools and blind, for whether is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctifies the gift? Matthew, chapter 23, verse 20. Whoever therefore shall swear by the altar, swears by it, and by all things thereon. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 21. And whoever shall swear by the temple, swears by it, and by him that dwells therein. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 22. And he that shall swear by heaven, swears by the throne of God, and by him that sits thereon. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 23. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law, judgment, mercy, and faith. These you should have done, and not to leave the other undone. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 24. You blind guides, which strain at a gnat, and swallow a camel. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 25. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you make clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and excess. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 26. You blind Pharisee, cleanse first that which is within the cup and platter, that the outside of them may be clean also. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 27. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you are like to whitewashed sepulchres, which indeed appear beautiful outward, but are within full of dead men's bones, and of all uncleanness. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 28. Even so you also outwardly appear righteous to men, but within you are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 29. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 30. And say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 31. Why you be witnesses to yourselves, that you are the children of them which killed the prophets. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 32. Fill you up then the measure of your fathers. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 33. You serpents, you generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of hell? Matthew, chapter 23, verse 34. Why, behold, I send to you prophets, and wise men, and scribes. And some of them you shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall you whip in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 35. That on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel, to the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom you slew between the temple and the altar. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 36. Truly I say to you, all these things shall come on this generation. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 37. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you that kill the prophets, and stone them which are sent to you, how often would I have gathered your children together, even as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings, and you would not. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 38. Behold, your house is left to you desolate. Matthew, chapter 23, verse 39. For I say to you, you shall not see me from now on, till you shall say, Blessed is he that comes in the name of the Lord. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 1. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple. And his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 2. And Jesus said to them, See you not all these things? Truly I say to you, there shall not be left here one stone on another, that shall not be thrown down. Matthew chapter 24, verse 3. And as he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of your coming, and of the end of the world? Matthew, chapter 24, verse 4. And Jesus answered and said to them, Take heed that no man deceive you. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 5. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 6. And you shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 7. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes, in divers places. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 8. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 9. Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you. And you shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 10. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 11. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. Matthew chapter 24 verse 12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Matthew chapter 24 verse 13. But he that shall endure to the end, the same shall be saved. Matthew chapter 24 verse 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness to all nations, and then shall the end come. Matthew chapter 24 verse 15. When you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoever reads, let him understand. Matthew chapter 24 verse 16. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Matthew chapter 24 verse 17. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Matthew chapter 24 verse 18. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. Matthew chapter 24 verse 19. And woe to them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. Matthew chapter 24 verse 20. But pray you that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. Matthew chapter 24 verse 21. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. Matthew chapter 24 verse 22. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Matthew chapter 24 verse 23. Then if any man shall say to you, See, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. Matthew chapter 24 verse 24. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, so that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Matthew chapter 24 verse 25. Behold, I have told you before. Matthew chapter 24 verse 26. Why, if they shall say to you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. Matthew chapter 24 verse 27. For as the lightning comes out of the east and shines even to the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew chapter 24 verse 28. For wherever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Matthew chapter 24 verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Matthew chapter 24 verse 30. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Matthew chapter 24 verse 31. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Matthew chapter 24 verse 32. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and puts forth leaves, you know that summer is near. Matthew chapter 24 verse 33. So likewise you, when you shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Matthew chapter 24 verse 34. Truly I say to you, this generation shall not pass, till all these things be fulfilled. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 35. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 36. But of that day and hour knows no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 37. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 38. For as in the days that were before the flood they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 39. And knew not until the flood came, and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 40. Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other left. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 41. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken and the other left. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 42. Watch therefore, for you know not what hour your Lord does come. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 43. But know this, that if the manager of the house had known in what watch the thief would come, he would have watched, and would not have suffered his house to be broken up. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 44. Therefore be you also ready, for in such an hour as you think not the Son of Man comes. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 45. Who then is a faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord has made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season? Matthew, chapter 24, verse 46. Blessed is that servant, whom his Lord when he comes shall find so doing. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 47. Truly I say to you, that he shall make him ruler over all his goods. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 48. But, and if that evil servant shall say in his heart, my Lord delays his coming. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 49. And shall begin to smite his fellow servants, and to eat and drink with the drunken. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 50. The Lord of that servant shall come in a day when he looks not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of. Matthew, chapter 24, verse 51. And shall cut him asunder, and appoint him his portion with the hypocrites. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 1. Then shall the kingdom of heaven be likened to 10 virgins, which took their lamps, and went forth to meet the bridegroom. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 2. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 3. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 4. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 5. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 6. And at midnight there was a cry made, Behold, the bridegroom comes. Go you out to meet him. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 7. Then all those virgins arose, and turned to their lamps. Matthew, chapter 25, Verse 8. And the foolish said to the wise, Give us of your oil, for our lamps are gone out. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 9. But the wise answered, saying, Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you. But go you rather to them that sell, and buy for yourselves. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 10. And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 11. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 12. But he answered and said, Truly I say to you, I know you not. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 13. Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man comes. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 14. For the kingdom of heaven is as a man traveling into a far country, who called his own servants and delivered to them his goods. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 15. And to one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, and to another 1, to every man according to his several ability, and straightway took his journey. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 16. Then he that had received the 5 talents went and traded with the same, and made them other 5 talents. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 17. And likewise he that had received 2, he also gained other 2. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 18. But he that had received 1 went and dig in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 19. After a long time the Lord of those servants comes, and reckons with them. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 20. And so he that had received 5 talents came and brought other 5 talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained beside them 5 talents more. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 21. His Lord said to him, Well done, you good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things, I will make you ruler over many things. Enter you into the joy of your Lord. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 22. He also that had received 2 talents came and said, Lord, you delivered to me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained 2 other talents beside them. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 23. His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things. I will make you ruler over many things. Enter you into the joy of your Lord. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 24. Then he which had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew you that you are an hard man, reaping where you have not sown, and gathering where you have not strewed. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 25. And I was afraid, and went and hid your talent in the earth. See, there you have, that is yours. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 26. His Lord answered and said to him, You wicked and slothful servant, you knew that I reap where I sowed not, and gather where I have not strewed. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 27. You should therefore to have put my money to the exchangers, and then at my coming I should have received my own with usury. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 28. Take therefore the talent from him, and give it to him which has 10 talents. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 29. For to every one that has shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that has not shall be taken away even that which he has. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 30. And cast you the unprofitable servant into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 31. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit on the throne of his glory. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 32. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 33. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 34. Then shall the king say to them on his right hand, Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 35. For I was an hungered, and you gave me meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 36. Naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 37. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we you and hungered, and fed you, or thirsty, and gave you drink? Matthew, chapter 25, verse 38. When saw we you a stranger and took you in, or naked, and clothed you? Matthew, chapter 25, verse 39. Or when saw we you sick, or in prison, and came to you? Matthew, chapter 25, verse 40. And the king shall answer and say to them, Truly I say to you, inasmuch as you have done it to one of the least of these my brothers, you have done it to me. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 41. Then shall he say also to them on the left hand, Depart from me, you cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 42. For I was an hungered, and you gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 43. I was a stranger, and you took me not in, naked, and you clothed me not, sick, and in prison, and you visited me not. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 44. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we you an hungered, or thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister to you? Matthew, chapter 25, verse 45. Then shall he answer them, saying, Truly I say to you, inasmuch as you did it not to one of the least of these, you did it not to me. Matthew, chapter 25, verse 46. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 1. And it came to pass, when Jesus had finished all these sayings, he said to his disciples. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 2. You know that after 2 days is the feast of the Passover, and the Son of Man is betrayed to be crucified. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 3. Then assembled together the chief priests, and the scribes, and the elders of the people, to the palace of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 4. And consulted that they might take Jesus by subtlety, and kill him. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 5. But they said, not on the feast day, lest there be an uproar among the people. Matthew chapter 26, verse 6. Now when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper. Matthew chapter 26, verse 7. There came to him a woman having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head as he sat at meat. Matthew chapter 26, verse 8. But when his disciples saw it, they had indignation, saying, to what purpose is this waste? Matthew chapter 26, verse 9. For this ointment might have been sold for much and given to the poor. Matthew chapter 26, verse 10. When Jesus understood it, he said to them, why trouble you the woman? For she has worked a good work on me. Matthew chapter 26, verse 11. For you have the poor always with you, but me you have not always. Matthew chapter 26, verse 12. For in that she has poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Matthew chapter 26, verse 13. Truly I say to you, wherever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, there shall also this, that this woman has done, be told for a memorial of her. Matthew chapter 26, verse 14. Then one of the 12, called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests. Matthew chapter 26, verse 15, and said to them, what will you give me, and I will deliver him to you? And they covenanted with him for 30 pieces of silver. Matthew chapter 26, verse 16. And from that time he sought opportunity to betray him. Matthew chapter 26, verse 17. Now the first day of the feast of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, where will you that we prepare for you to eat the Passover? Matthew chapter 26, verse 18. And he says, go into the city to such a man, and say to him, the master said, my time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples. Matthew chapter 26, verse 19. And the disciples did as Jesus had appointed them, and they made ready the Passover. Matthew chapter 26, verse 20. Now, when the even was come, he sat down with the 12. Matthew chapter 26, verse 21. And as they did eat, he said, truly I say to you, that one of you shall betray me. Matthew chapter 26, verse 22. And they were exceeding sorrowful, and began every one of them to say to him, Lord, is it I? Matthew chapter 26, verse 23. And he answered and said, he that dips his hand with me in the dish, the same shall betray me. Matthew chapter 26, verse 24. The Son of Man goes as it is written of him. But woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It had been good for that man if he had not been born. Matthew chapter 26, verse 25. Then Judas, which betrayed him, answered and said, Master, is it I? He said to him, you have said. Matthew chapter 26, verse 26. And as they were eating, Jesus took bread, and blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to the disciples, and said, take, eat. This is my body. Matthew chapter 26, verse 27. And he took the cup, and gave thanks, and gave it to them, saying, drink you all of it. Matthew chapter 26, verse 28. For this is my blood of the New Testament, which is shed for many for the remission of sins. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 29. But I say to you, I will not drink from now on of this fruit of the vine, until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 30. And when they had sung an hymn, they went out into the Mount of Olives. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 31. Then says Jesus to them, All you shall be offended because of me this night. For it is written, I will smite the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock shall be scattered abroad. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 32. But after I am risen again, I will go before you into Galilee. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 33. Peter answered and said to him, Though all men shall be offended because of you, yet will I never be offended. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 34. Jesus said to him, Truly I say to you that this night, before the cock crow, you shall deny me thrice. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 35. Peter said to him, Though I should die with you, yet will I not deny you. Likewise also said all the disciples. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 36. Then comes Jesus with them to a place called Gethsemane, and says to the disciples, Sit you here, while I go and pray yonder. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 37. And he took with him Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and very heavy. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 38. Then says he to them, My soul is exceeding sorrowful, even to death. Tarry you here, and watch with me. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 39. And he went a little farther, and fell on his face, and prayed, saying, O my Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but as you will. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 40. And he comes to the disciples and finds them asleep, and says to Peter, What? Could you not watch with me 1 hour? Matthew, chapter 26, verse 41. Watch and pray, that you enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 42. He went away again the second time, and prayed, saying, O my Father, if this cup may not pass away from me, except I drink it, your will be done. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 43. And he came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 44. And he left them, and went away again, and prayed the third time, saying the same words. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 45. Then comes he to his disciples, and says to them, Sleep on now, and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 46. Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that does betray me. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 47. And while he yet spoke, see Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude with swords and staves, from the chief priests and elders of the people. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 48. Now he that betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he. Hold him fast. Matthew, chapter 26, verse 49. And immediately he came to Jesus, and said, Hail, Master, and kissed him. Matthew chapter 26, verse 50. And Jesus said to him, Friend, why are you come? Then came they, and laid hands on Jesus and took him. Matthew chapter 26, verse 51. And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand, and drew his sword, and struck a servant of the high priest's, and smote off his ear. Matthew chapter 26, verse 52. Then said Jesus to him, Put up again your sword into his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Matthew chapter 26, verse 53. Think you that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? Matthew chapter 26, verse 54. But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be? Matthew chapter 26, verse 55. In that same hour said Jesus to the multitudes, Are you come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and you laid no hold on me. Matthew chapter 26, verse 56. But all this was done, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples forsook him, and fled. Matthew chapter 26, verse 57. And they that had laid hold on Jesus led him away to Caiaphas the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were assembled. Matthew chapter 26, verse 58. But Peter followed him afar off to the high priest's palace, and went in, and sat with the servants, to see the end. Matthew chapter 26, verse 59. Now the chief priests, and elders, and all the council, sought false witness against Jesus, to put him to death. Matthew chapter 26, verse 60. But found none. Yes, though many false witnesses came, yet found they none. At the last came 2 false witnesses. Matthew chapter 26, verse 61. And said, This fellow said, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. Matthew chapter 26, verse 62. And the high priest arose and said to him, Answer you nothing? What is it which these witness against you? Matthew chapter 26, verse 63. But Jesus held his peace. And the high priest answered and said to him, I adjure you by the living God, that you tell us whether you be the Christ, the Son of God. Matthew chapter 26, verse 64. Jesus says to him, You have said, Nevertheless I say to you, hereafter shall you see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power, and coming in the clouds of heaven. Matthew chapter 26, verse 65. Then the high priest rent his clothes, saying, He has spoken blasphemy. What further need have we of witnesses? Behold, now you have heard his blasphemy. Matthew chapter 26, verse 66. What think you? They answered and said, He is guilty of death. Matthew chapter 26, verse 67. Then did they spit in his face and buffeted him, and others smote him with the palms of their hands. Matthew chapter 26, verse 68. Say in prophecy to us, you Christ, who is he that smote you? Matthew chapter 26, verse 69. Now Peter sat without in the palace, and a damsel came to him, saying, You also were with Jesus of Galilee. Matthew chapter 26, verse 70. But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what you say. Matthew chapter 26, verse 71. And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him, and said to them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. Matthew chapter 26, verse 72. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man. Matthew chapter 26, verse 73. And after a while came to him they that stood by, and said to Peter, Surely you also are one of them, for your speech denudes you. Matthew chapter 26, verse 74. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew night. Matthew chapter 26, verse 75. And Peter remembered the word of Jesus, which said to him, Before the cock crow, you shall deny me thrice. And he went out and wept bitterly. Matthew chapter 27, verse 1. When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. Matthew chapter 27, verse 2. And when they had bound him, they led him away, and delivered him to Pontius Pilate the governor. Matthew chapter 27, verse 3. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders. Matthew chapter 27, verse 4, saying, I have sinned in that I have betrayed the innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See to that. Matthew chapter 27, verse 5. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple, and departed, and went and hanged himself. Matthew chapter 27, verse 6. And the chief priests took the silver pieces and said, It is not lawful for to put them into the treasury, because it is the price of blood. Matthew chapter 27, verse 7. And they took counsel, and bought with them the potter's field, to bury strangers in. Matthew chapter 27, verse 8. Why that field was called the field of blood to this day. Matthew chapter 27, verse 9. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him that was valued, whom they of the children of Israel did value. Matthew chapter 27, verse 10. And gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord appointed me. Matthew chapter 27, verse 11. And Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Are you the king of the Jews? And Jesus said to him, You say. Matthew chapter 27, verse 12. And when he was accused of the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. Matthew chapter 27, verse 13. Then said Pilate to him, Hear you not how many things they witness against you? Matthew chapter 27, verse 14. And he answered him to never a word, so that the governor marveled greatly. Matthew chapter 27, verse 15. Now at that feast, the governor was wont to release to the people a prisoner, whom they would. Matthew chapter 27, verse 16. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Matthew chapter 27, verse 17. Therefore when they were gathered together, Pilate said to them, Whom will you that I release to you? Barabbas, or Jesus, which is called Christ? Matthew chapter 27 verse 18. For he knew that for envy they had delivered him. Matthew chapter 27 verse 19. When he was set down on the judgment seat, his wife sent to him, saying, Have you nothing to do with that just man? For I have suffered many things this day in a dream because of him. Matthew chapter 27 verse 20. But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitude that they should ask Barabbas and destroy Jesus. Matthew chapter 27 verse 21. The governor answered and said to them, Whether of the two will you that I release to you? They said, Barabbas. Matthew chapter 27 verse 22. Pilate says to them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ? They all say to him, Let him be crucified. Matthew chapter 27 verse 23. And the governor said, Why, what evil has he done? But they cried out the more, saying, Let him be crucified. Matthew chapter 27 verse 24. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See you to it. Matthew chapter 27 verse 25. Then answered all the people and said, His blood be on us and on our children. Matthew chapter 27 verse 26. Then released he Barabbas to them, and when he had scourged Jesus, he delivered him to be crucified. Matthew chapter 27 verse 27. Then the soldiers of the governor took Jesus into the common hall, and gathered to him the whole band of soldiers. Matthew chapter 27 verse 28. And they stripped him, and put on him a scarlet robe. Matthew chapter 27 verse 29. And when they had platted a crown of thorns, they put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand. And they bowed the knee before him, and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! Matthew chapter 27, verse 30. And they spit on him, and took the reed, and smote him on the head. Matthew chapter 27, verse 31. And after that they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. Matthew chapter 27, verse 32. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross. Matthew chapter 27, verse 33. And when they were come to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull. Matthew chapter 27, verse 34. They gave him vinegar to drink mingled with gall, and when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink. Matthew chapter 27, verse 35. And they crucified him, and parted his garments, casting lots, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet. They parted my garments among them, and on my clothing did they cast lots. Matthew chapter 27, verse 36. And sitting down they watched him there. Matthew chapter 27, verse 37. And set up over his head his accusation written, This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. Matthew chapter 27, verse 38. Then were the two thieves crucified with him, one on the right hand, and another on the left. Matthew chapter 27, verse 39. And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads. Matthew chapter 27, verse 40. And saying, You that destroy the temple, and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you be the Son of God, come down from the cross. Matthew chapter 27, verse 41. Likewise also the chief priests mocking him, with the scribes and elders said. Matthew chapter 27, verse 42. He saved others. Himself he cannot save. If he be the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross, and we will believe him. Matthew chapter 27, verse 43. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now, if he will have him. For he said, I am the Son of God. Matthew chapter 27, verse 44. The thieves also, which were crucified with him, cast the same in his teeth. Matthew chapter 27, verse 45. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land to the 9th hour. Matthew chapter 27, verse 46. And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani? That is to say, my God, why have you forsaken me? Matthew chapter 27, verse 47. Some of them that stood there, when they heard that, said, This man calls for Elias. Matthew chapter 27, verse 48. And straightway one of them ran, and took a sponge and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. Matthew chapter 27, verse 49. The rest said, Let be. Let us see whether Elias will come to save him. Matthew chapter 27, verse 50. Jesus, when he had cried again with a loud voice, he yielded up the ghost. Matthew chapter 27, verse 51. And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in two from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake, and the rocks rent. Matthew chapter 27, verse 52. And the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose. Matthew chapter 27, verse 53. And came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared to many. Matthew chapter 27, verse 54. Now when the centurion, and they that were with him, watching Jesus, saw the earthquake, and those things that were done, they feared greatly, saying, Truly, this was the Son of God. Matthew chapter 27, verse 55. And many women were there, beholding afar off, which followed Jesus from Galilee, ministering to him. Matthew chapter 27, verse 56. Among which was Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of James and Joses, and the mother of Zebedee's children. Matthew chapter 27, verse 57. When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea, named Joseph, who also himself was Jesus' disciple. Matthew chapter 27, verse 58. He went to Pilate, and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered. Matthew chapter 27, verse 59. And when Joseph had taken the body, he wrapped it in a clean linen cloth. Matthew chapter 27, verse 60. And laid it in his own new tomb, which he had hewn out in the rock, and he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre, and departed. Matthew chapter 27, verse 61. And there was Mary Magdalene, and the other Mary, sitting over against the sepulchre. Matthew chapter 27, verse 62. Now the next day, that followed the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together to Pilate. Matthew chapter 27, verse 63. Saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Matthew chapter 27, verse 64. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night, and steal him away, and say to the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first. Matthew chapter 27, verse 65. Pilate said to them, You have a watch. Go your way, make it as sure as you can. Matthew chapter 27, verse 66. So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch. Matthew chapter 28, verse 1. In the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the 1st day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre. Matthew chapter 28, verse 2. And behold, there was a great earthquake, for the angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and came, and rolled back the stone from the door, and sat on it. Matthew chapter 28, verse 3. His countenance was like lightning, and his raiment white as snow. Matthew chapter 28, verse 4. And for fear of him, the keepers did shake, and became as dead men. Matthew chapter 28, verse 5. And the angel answered, and said to the women, Fear not you, for I know that you seek Jesus, which was crucified. Matthew chapter 28, verse 6. He is not here, for he is risen, as he said. Come, see the place where the Lord lay. Matthew chapter 28, verse 7. And go quickly, and tell his disciples that he is risen from the dead. And, behold, he goes before you into Galilee. There shall you see him. See, I have told you. Matthew chapter 28, verse 8. And they departed quickly from the sepulchre with fear and great joy, and did run to bring his disciples word. Matthew chapter 28, verse 9. And as they went to tell his disciples, behold, Jesus met them, saying, All hail. And they came and held him by the feet and worshipped him. Matthew chapter 28, verse 10. Then said Jesus to them, Be not afraid. Go tell my brothers that they go into Galilee, and there shall they see me. Matthew chapter 28, verse 11. Now when they were going, behold, some of the watch came into the city, and showed to the chief priests all the things that were done. Matthew chapter 28, verse 12. And when they were assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave large money to the soldiers. Matthew chapter 28, verse 13. Saying, Say you, his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. Matthew chapter 28, verse 14. And if this come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him, and secure you. Matthew chapter 28, verse 15. So they took the money, and did as they were taught. And this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. Matthew chapter 28, verse 16. Then the 11 disciples went away into Galilee, into a mountain where Jesus had appointed them. Matthew chapter 28, verse 17. And when they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. Matthew chapter 28, verse 18. And Jesus came and spoke to them, saying, All power is given to me in heaven and in earth. Matthew chapter 28, verse 19. Go you therefore, and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Matthew chapter 28, verse 20. Teaching them to observe all things whatever I have commanded you. And see, I am with you always, even to the end of the world. Amen. EU